Alright, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope everybody is doing well today. Hello. Oh, do we not? There we go. How is everybody doing? Hello. Hello, MG. Hello, Silence. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. First time I get to stream before Discord ping. Hello, Cerulean. Hello, Aegis. Hello, Sea Hero. Hello, Janu. Hello, Babylon. Hello, Weston Fox. Hello, Zengetsu. Thank you for the pin. Hello, Sim Zero. Welcome in. Hello, Babylon. Yeah, okay. Monday is usually side channel unless it happens to be Arknights related, then it goes to main channel. Hello, Vessa. How do you yell at customer support for misplacing your package? Now finally it's slated to be delivered. Well, it is going across the ocean-ish, kind of. It's going through many places, so... Yeah, packages from Asia can be really iffy, I think. It's very typical for it to take a long time. But yeah, I figured that anything that was, where's the word? I figured that anything that is, Arknights related makes sense for the main channel anyway. Just sitting at customs for a week and ready to pick up. They were lazy? Well, it's kind of impossible for us to, like, know what's going on behind the scenes, right? I mean, I'm sure that they're working with, like, 1,000 other packages, so it's kind of impossible for us to know, right? But yeah, anyway, so happy birthday, Silence. I'm excited about this. This is gonna be an interesting project. This is a commission birthday piece, so I'm excited about it. And it is technically a Bakadoodle, so this is gonna be like, an on-stream type of deal. And I kind of want to play around and experiment a little. I feel like this piece will work really well with kind of a more, soft comic style, like an almost watercolor type of feel. So I'm gonna see how it goes, because I have some ideas in my head, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna pull it off, because this is much more of a, this is a different style than I normally work with, but the times when I get to work with it, I really enjoy it. So I'm gonna see how much we can push this. But of course, you know, first thing we gotta do is actually get the sketch done. Hello, Stockler, and hello, Malco. Welcome in. Had to build out main account for this one. Hello, THLPH. Alright. And I do have it on time-lapse as well. Here for the first time since 6 months. Oh my goodness! Well, I hope that you are having a good day today. Also, hello, Bloodsuli. I apologize for not saying hello to you earlier. Hello. It was near light to hype up Flametail. Very fair. Well, that wasn't, yeah. I was gonna say. Are we seeing another commission? Yeah, this is gonna be an on-stream commission. Whatever we can get done during stream time, basically. So we're gonna see how it goes. We'll see. My energy levels are not as high as they should be for this piece, but I'm gonna try to make sure that it doesn't interfere. Alright. How many gifted before Subnautica 2 stream? I have no interest in Subnautica. Oh gosh, no, I've had people tease me about that before, even before Arknights, and I'm just like, I don't think I'm capable of that. Alright, let's jump to the main thing here. I want to try to at least start getting some forms in real quick. Make sure that it looks okay, etc, etc. Alrighty. Alright. I'm nowadays more of a Discord stargazer. That is a-okay, whatever works for you, right? Okay, so first things first, this is going to be funny because I'm actually not using my main brushes. I'm trying out some different things. I'm gonna see how it goes. First step is to be doing the sketch with a monoline brush, so that means it has no pen pressure whatsoever. And then the second thing is I'm going to be using more of like a pencil brush to give it a little bit more of that traditional feeling. Because we want this to feel like more soft and watercolory. I feel like that's the best way to go. And it's kind of similar to the style that I was trying to go to when I was doing the anniversary painting. Oh my gosh, I need to upload that as a separated speed. No, I don't. Wait, what am I don't know what I'm saying. No, I don't need to upload a speed paint. It's part of the bit. I need to make a short. That's what I need to do. Anyway, let me just try adding the main characters in here, because we have a little bit of a complex layout, and I want to make sure that we can do it well. So let's see here. We've got our height here. Let's put like little markers here for height. About here. We'll see how that works. And Ifrit is a little bit taller. Okay. About there, I think, is good. And I want to make it like... I'm gonna try to just do this in, what am I saying? Gesture? Try to do it in gesture first. I'm trying to see it in my head. I also have mannequin if I need to. So I think this will work. I kind of want the body to be facing toward... I kind of want both of their bodies to be, like, facing towards the main character here. Let's see. We'll do a bit of a masculine character here. Somebody can be, if they're in the middle of walking, right? Let me think. Maybe here and here. I'm just sort of trying to see it in my head right now. We'll do something like a hand here. I feel like that will work nicely. Sort of facing this way. And then we need to make the ribcage a little smaller. I'm trying to still like remember what I had in those classes, right? So I'm trying to sort of break it into blocks as well. And then the legs are always a little bit tricky. These are gonna be like these are kind of gonna be like ankle up almost. So let me make sure that I don't make it look too boring. We have like in the middle of walking, I would say, right? And then those, actually, let's not have it cross because that's a little more feminine. So let's make it like, we'll make it a little bit more like that. Hello, Trion! Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Alright, that's gonna be here, about here. That looks good. It's still not, like, it's not, I want it to be more... I want it to be a little bit more, active. I think. I'm trying to see this in my head. Okay. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? One of the nice things about doing this in a monoline is you can really just focus on the shapes here. I think that will help. Okay, that's a little bit better. I feel like that just makes a little... It's like a little less stiff to have it sort of towards the character. And then I'm trying to do like a little bit of a twist here. I have a comic in a similar style in Plan 2. Time to see some pointers from Star Live. Probably not the best day for pointers, because I'm kind of working a lot with, like, some pretty, elaborate stuff, at least for what I normally do. So, I mean, I'll try, but I don't know. Because main thing is trying to get the body in, and then I think we'll be in a better shape. The main thing is, like, it's very hard to not make a character look, like, a little too stocky when they're walking. Let's see if we can sort of turn this here. Alright, that might be better. Rather mean more like looking at the workflow, understanding and learning from it. I mean, if you can, I'm honored. Hopefully there'll be something that you can get from it. A lot of this is basically from, like, trying to remember and reabsorb what we did in the class that I've been taking. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, probably should have gotten more. I have, like, a few references here, but I think I should have gotten more of a reference for— oh, wait, there we go. Better references for a male character. There we go. And he's gonna be wearing, like, a hoodie too, so a hoodie and a baseball cap. And I think I want his head just turned a little bit here. And we'll probably have broader shoulders. Maybe something like closer to this, I think. I'm making such a mess out of this sketch, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. There we go. That's a little bit better. Do you listen to music and set a timer to stay focused? I put myself on time pressure to focus on something. When it comes to art-related stuff, I don't really need to put a timer on things. But I track, like, how long a project takes, but that's something that Clip Studio does automatically, I think. Alright, this is a little bit better, I think. Kind of wondering if maybe I still want that, that peace sign to be more outward, because it does make a better silhouette. And again, I'm just sort of seeing, like, where my flow is here. So I think I want the chest to be, like, facing this way, and then the pelvis to be facing the other way. I think that'll look a little bit better once I refine that more. Just trying to think, like... I'm trying to make the peace sign feel a little bit more natural. And I feel like when it's kind of to the side like this, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have it closer to the face, because I feel like it just looks a little bit more natural that way. If it's commission, you might want to avoid extra pressure, which would result in making mistakes. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. It's like, it's a Bakadoodle piece, so it's gonna be done, like, all within the stream. Which does help, actually, because then it's like, it's still gonna be, like, I still want to make sure I'm doing my best work, but it's not like a hanging over my head over multiple days type of thing. Oh yeah, Stargood going on the gram, congrats! Thank you so much, Babylon! It's, really shocking to me, honestly. I kind of don't really know what to do about the information, I guess is the best way to say it. Because it's like, it's making me overthink so much, too. Because now I'm like, because people are like, oh, I really like this style, you need to do more of this, and I'm like, but was it the style, or was it the subject, or was it, like, I don't know what to do yet. I'm like, I'm trying to figure it out. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright, let's see. How do you do like a linking arm thing? That's not easy. Alright, also, Ifrit needs to be a little shorter. Or, that's not a... Alright, need to make it a little shorter, a little closer. There we go. Something like this. Oh wait, I'm having them staring at each other, but now I'm like, wait, was this supposed to be a photo? Like, they're having their photo taken, I guess, but... So maybe a little bit more, forward-facing to the camera. I'm just adding, like... Again, this is more of like a gesture type of deal. Oh, and I had the... Shoot, I had a really good reference image for the eye, and I hope I still have it. Hang on 1 second. I think I screenshot it? Yes, okay, good. Let me see. Let me just quickly send that over to myself. Because there was a really good screenshot here for this pose that I can use. I forgot to grab that earlier. Let me just grab that real fast. Perfect. Okay. One of the other Colosso courses happened to have an art example for this exact pose that I need to do. So I think that's kind of funny. Alright, we'll save that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright. Let's have her bring her arm a little higher here. Actually, let me get a reference for that as well, just really quick. Linking arms. Just because that's a little bit of a difficult... Okay, it can be a lot closer then. It can be a lot closer to the body. Okay, cool. So we'll bring everybody in just a little bit closer. Make sure that the heights are okay, because I think they're a little bit off right now. Yeah. Make that a little more even. Yeah, I'd say that's a little bit better. Erase that and add that in again, because I think we can do a better job there. Alright, this is good, I think. Much more free-flowy. And this can sort of be like a... kind of a more petite middle pose here, I think, works nicely. And Ifrit has like a little bit more of a silly pose, which I think works well for her. And then make this look a little bit better for a baseball cap. And that's gonna sort of be like that Anon style that you see in anime. Alright, this is feeling better. These are so much more accurate than I used to draw. Oh my gosh, this is so much more accurate. Alright. Time to add in the accessories, make sure that looks good in terms of layout, and then we'll clean it up a little bit. I'm also learning how fabrics fold. This is a great exercise, honestly. Studying pays off, it seems. It really does. It really does. I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can draw people! Ah! You guys have no idea. Well, I mean, you've seen the short. You know how much I've struggled with people, and I'm just like, oh my god, I can draw people! Airtane, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. It's kind of, like, blowing my mind, honestly. It's so crazy. It's genuinely been blowing my mind. Alright, we've got, like, and we did learn fabric folds in the last class, so I actually feel good about this, which is just... I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood because I'm seeing how it works. And it's just making me really happy. And of course, you know, there's always more that you can improve on, but this is such a league above what I used to be able to do. So it's just like... It's just making me overall really excited. And I'm actually, like, seeing the proportions correctly. The leg would be about here, knee would be... I'm just like, I'm finally understanding and getting it right. Like I said, you know, there's always more to improve on, but for, like, a Bakadoodle, this is so good for a Bakadoodle. This really helps, like, this really helps be able to just deliver an idea. Alright, I know I can do a little bit better on that one, so what would be a good pose for that? Crossing the legs over is still a little tricky. It's actually gonna be a little more hidden like this. Maybe... Get this piece in front here, this piece behind. I'm just sort of like going around and seeing which pieces I know I can start, like which areas I know that I could start adding into. Like when you suddenly gain consciousness at age 5 and existing makes sense all of a sudden. Oh, that's funny. I mean, yeah, yes. I can see clearly now. It's just, I've talked to people about this, you know, and it's like, I really was not good enough at drawing people at all, and it was not good, guys. It really wasn't. It's not to say that I was, like, horrific or anything, it's just that it honestly, how do I say this? It kept me from a lot of opportunities. You know, when I think about it now, actually, it kept me away from a lot of opportunities, it kept me away from a lot of projects. If I had been better at drawing people, I might have done a Pixar internship. I think that that was definitely part of one of the reasons I didn't get that either. So, it makes a huge, huge difference. This is, again, twisting. This is twisting. Star-Lord drop. I always like to think that, you know, everything happens for a reason, but at the time, of course, you know, I was devastated. And it was definitely like, well, you know, you can do good characters and you understand merchandise, but, you won't be able to draw, like, the main thing we need. So yeah, it's like, I don't know. The whole thing's just crazy to me. Alright, still making the, still making torsos too long, though. Still really need to work on that. That's just a regular problem I still have. But at least I can recognize it now. That's better. Yeah, that makes such a- look at how much of a difference that makes! Yes, okay. That still looks okay, that still looks okay. Ifrit's legs still needs work. See if I can get a good reference of someone with their legs crossed over while walking. Alright. Walking. Crossed. It's sort of a pose as well, so. Trying to think of how exaggerated to make it. If I can also make sure that I'm attaching it behind, like where there's still, it's kind of tricky, because, like, they're posed, but they're also, like, holding hands together and walking, so I'm trying to figure out, like, how this makes the most sense. It's probably okay. Longer legs, people. Longer legs! Alright. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make their legs a little bit longer. Just to emphasize what we're doing here. I guess for a guy, it's probably going to be a little bit more straightforward, right? Yeah, something like that's probably fine. It's hard to make an interesting standing pose for characters, I feel. And also not make it look like they're falling. Alright, might make this a little bit wider here. Taller here. T-pose them. Oh my gosh. I might make the guy's leg a bit more standard, though. It's a little awkward right now. Let me make it a little further out. Yeah, that works. And his balance is still a little off. So let's make that a little bit wider. Let's do something like that. Hello, turtle. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, let's see. Alright, that's a good reference. I have a big mix of references of people here. I think once I add shading, it'll help communicate it too. Like, if that's in shadow and the other's in light, that'll be fine. Does it kind of look like he's walking? Not easy. And then we'll have the front knee here. Front knee here. Alright, I think that could work. So Ifrit's got her base clothes on. Silence still needs hers. Ifrit also is gonna have silly little carnival mouse ear things alongside her horns. Let's see. Silence has a cardigan. Shorts. I'm just sort of getting the base shape here. Hands are probably gonna go a little bit lower. A little bit showing here, and a cardigan here. Not really sure what to do with her other hand here when it's being linked around. I guess just something like that is fine. A little bit more active. And the cardigan goes about here. A little lower. I'm gonna have a collarbone right here. And women's shoulders are always going to be a little bit more downward sloped. Make a top like this. And have the cardigan going over like this. I think that looks good. The pants are gonna be like summer shorts. It's gonna curve upward as her leg is in front. It's not looking bad. One thing that the teacher always says is that structure is kind of the most important thing in your paintings. So spending the most time on structure is really important because, you know, everything else just falls apart if the structure's not good. So that's why I'm putting so much time into sort of going back and forth and making sure that these look right. Is because structure is kind of king here. Let me see. I'll have her eyes down here, because gentler anime style. The head might be a little big. We'll see when we add the hair here. And I'm just really, really roughing this in to get the general idea, right? I guess they would be looking straight at the camera. Let me just make any adjustments that might be needed here. I mean, she is more quiet, so I feel like her expression is going to be a little more subtle than Ifrit, who's probably going to have like a much, much wider expression, right? Does she have like any necklaces or anything? No, I guess not. I guess that was just an accidental piece in the sketch. Alright. Make this go around a little bit. The neck's probably a little too large here. Oh, it's actually, kind of hard to tell for me, actually. Yeah, I probably can go down a little bit. Just a little bit. Ah! Alright. Yep, that's definitely better. And then for Ifrit, I think they can all be a little closer together still. We don't need to be shy here. I think everyone can just be a little closer. I think that fills out the space nicer. Save that. It's gonna be hard pose, but luckily I have some good references for it. Ifrit has Mickey Mouse ears? Yeah, they're gonna be at like at an amusement park. So, like, actually, yes. You don't have to JK, because actually, yes. Non-copyright infringing amusement park. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, that is the context, so it's all good. You are right there. How these work, I don't know. I guess they would be... I guess they'd be behind? I guess they'd be behind her horns. Not really sure how they work with her horns. Hello, hello, KLMX! Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, she's gonna have much more of like a... sort of more excited, go-getter type of expression, I think. Would fake mouse ears be cultural appropriation in Terra? That's a great question, actually. Interesting. To counter that, fake monkey ears would be appropriate. Maybe they have like a version of Disney, but it's more like, looks more like Curious George or something. Alright, let me... Where's that pose? There we go. Alright. It's so funny to me because this exact pose that I said I had a reference for because another Colosso class drew that reference, it was like a before and after how to push that pose. So I'm looking at the before and after and I'm like, oh, I can just reference the better version. That works. Push it further. Make the pose more dynamic. Okay, I'll just follow this example. That works for me, honestly. They already did the work for me, so, like, why not use it? Just have to sort of shift it around and make it less... Make sure the proportions still work. How do the hands work here? Alright. Like that, and then the wrist has to bend a little bit more. Can your wrist? Oh, yeah, no, actually that's easy. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm looking at this, I'm like, that looks like it would really hurt your hand. No, that's totally natural. You can absolutely bend your wrist like that. That doesn't hurt at all. And doing that allows the hair to show easier, so I like that. Ebert's expression is so cute. Thank you! Oh my gosh, I totally won with this one. This this exact pose and almost this exact outfit are being used as an example for one of the other classes. And it's just sort of like on their page, and I'm like, okay, we'll do that. We'll take that. The only thing that would change is if I decided to, like, really fully take the pose and do, like, a 1 foot thing, which I could. Oh, actually, I really like that! What the... Oh, that actually adds some really nice, like, dynamism that kind of changes things, too. I kind of like that. We could just grab this pose. I think I might do that. I think I might just take advantage of this gift that we've been given. You do the little kickies. It's cute! It's cute, and I have a reference for it. Why not take advantage of that? How often does that happen, you know? I'm not tracing either. It's like, it's just that someone figured out the intricacies of the pose. Hang on, where's the photo reference? Did I still make this too? Yeah. Alright, I can probably change this still just a little bit, because I still tend to make the torsos just a bit too. Just a bit too wide still. Take it, nobody's looking. It's just highly amusing to me. Let me make sure that she can still... Well, that's probably why she's holding on to silence, is because she needs to balance. Oh my gosh, it all makes sense now. There's logic to this. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy that there's unintentional logic. Oh, I love this. This piece is making me smile. It all comes together. It does. I'm so happy right now. What if I just presented, like, depending on how much we can get done, I might just be like, you know what? This is my final project because I'm using everything I learned here. This legitimately might be a good way to do that. I'm not even joking. I'm debating on that, honestly. Maybe I'll do the thing where, like, I'll use it as a backup if I need to. But then I could just, you know, if I can't get the other idea done, I'll be like, yep, this works. Magnum Opus just dropped. I'm in a good mood. This was a good piece to work on today. It makes me feel like I kind of am, like, actually starting to know what I'm doing. Can you send multiple projects for a final presentation? It's actually kind of up to you. The main thing is just, hey, we're requiring everyone to have a final project so that we can see that you actually, like, did the course. So it's actually, like, very freeform. Ounce's head could probably be a tiny bit larger just for the, well, maybe not. Maybe it's okay. I'm trying to think here. Maybe, okay, why does this feel like a little bit off? Alright, let's do this. Let's make this a little bigger overall. Not much, just a tiny bit. Maybe it's the, oh, maybe it's the neck. Maybe, yeah, hang on, might be it. Once we clean that up, that'll probably be better too. Maybe it's a little too wide. Trying to think why this might be throwing me off a little. It's a little hard to, like, figure out the anime proportion and then the real proportion. You know what I mean? When you're sort of trying to balance against everything. Oh, I think the waist, I think this part just needs to be a little shorter. Maybe. She does have baggier clothes, but I think to an extent, I can change that a little bit. Yeah, I think that's better. Make the clothes more interesting with a few different ties. And then she does still have some of the rocks visible, I think. Then this is a pretty basic shoe, so that's fine. Just do something like this. Have it curling just a little bit less, maybe. Alright. We'll do something like that. And have this whole thing, like, turning a little bit more here. Starbaker, hello, hello. No, you are all good. It is all good here. And think here. It's still feeling a little bit. I know there's something off, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh! Leg's not long enough. I'm still learning. I'm still learning. I'm like, something's wrong about that. What is that? Oh, okay. Still learning our basic proportions. I think that might actually be a little too large, so maybe we'll do something like this. Does that feel better? Oh, that feels so much better! That feels so much better! Alright. She still feels... Am I just crazy? She still feels slightly out of proportion. I can't figure out why. Maybe it is the head. Maybe the head needs to be a little bit larger. Does that help? That helps a little. Yep. Yeah, that helps. And then this can go down a little. This is going to be a little bit more foreshortened. A little bit more. Again, we have a decent amount of negative space here, so we can push that. I think this is okay. If I make the shoulders a little bit bigger, then that'll be better with the neck. I think this is okay. And then our mysterious male protagonist here is wearing more casual clothes, so let's give him like a hoodie. Who's that, I wonder? I'm seeing two different clothing choices here. He looks like the type of lad who watches anime at 4 times speed. Alright. That's such a specific guess, honestly. Like, I don't know, man. That is really specific. Not sure about that. Wait, I'm confused now. Wait. Hang on a sec. I need to check something. Did I mess up the... Wait, why are there... Is this just for the pose? Ref. He's signed. Attach the style of it and the clothes ref. Oh! okay, this is supposed to be a short sleeve. Wait, this is a short sleeve with shorts. Oh, duh. Okay. Alright. Let's change this around a little. Now there's no, now there's no pant, there's no pant, coloring and shading to hide behind. Hang on a sec. Might have to get some more references here. Alright. Alright, throwing off my my initial clothing style by accident. Alright. Let's get everybody a little closer here, too. More casual. We're going more casual here. Don't be scared, it's just the average stargazer they're describing could be any of us. Okay, that's feeling better. That's feeling better. We definitely are spending the most time trying to get the design right, but like I said earlier, it is still the most important part, so it's okay. The rest flows when the design works. Alright, this leg is moving. Well, I guess they're kind of both in standstill here. That's fine, that works. Let me see if I need to make that like a different angle or something. I made it, like, further out, would that look better or worse? Yeah, now it's unbalanced. Alright, we'll just go back to... I think we'll just go back to this, and then we'll make one of these in shadow, so one is, like, forward walking. This is not easy. It's hard to not make that look awkward. Oh, also these are below knee? These are below the knee too. Okay. Well, that's, you know what, that's fine. That gives us a... No, it doesn't. They're loose. They're below the knee, but they're loose. Let's make these pretty close. And this is actually a different fold of short. There's actually most of the folds are going in here, which tells me that there's probably a band underneath. Like, it's probably an elastic waistband underneath, if I had to guess. There's not too much shadow here. But maybe like this? So Ifrit's hands are fine here, Silence's hands make sense here, and then... the hard one is gonna be this. Which is gonna be more like... it's gonna be really tricky, but I think we got it. It'll look better once I actually start lining things. I'm just trying to get the shape right now. Uncensored hand-holding? It was a request, so... Guys. About there, I would imagine. Shoot. If you, okay, if this character has a baseball cap, I don't want them to, like, I can do faceless, but they still need hair, but I just realized I don't know what hairstyle to use. Is generic shaggy anime okay? Or is there, like, something specific for that? Because I can do something specific, I just need to know. But if there's a baseball cap, then I'm guessing that we would need to have some sort of something. I don't want to just do mannequin head. I can, if that's the request. But I'm just given the option here. The VN protagonist special. What does that mean? Just something like that. That's fine? Just like basic. Basic like this. Whatever you want. Alright, something like this, I think. I guess. I'm just saying, if there's anything particular, I can always specify it, but it's up to you. Okay. I need to do peace sign. Peace sign is always really confusing because a lot of times your hand ends up thinner than you would think. It's a little weird. Try to make it a little straighter. I'll just push this in just a little bit more. Trying to not push in like the hand itself, but just like the shoulders and everything. Yeah, that's better. Alright. That was definitely longer for the sketch, but we pretty much got everything in. I think that informs, like, everything. This is legitimately the best, like, group character sketch I've done. Alright, I'm just gonna see if she needs any adjustments here. That's probably a little bit better. Alright. Let's see. Make that a little bit more even. Does she need any? Which seems the face needs any adjustment. Okay, that's fine. A little bit here, a little bit outward. I kind of like the idea that, like, her, this hair is, like, a little closer, and then this hair is sort of, like, in movement with the wind. Yeah, that adds, like, a nice little extra, I think. Alright, let me check her reference one more time, make sure it's okay. I have like a few bits added here. Maybe we'll exaggerate that a little more, so it's easier to see. Try to make sure everything sort of makes sense. This is going to go over. Looking over again, sort of above it, making sure it's okay. Alright. Does that feel right? Is there any other tweaks that we need to make, or are we good to go here? Oh, maybe that's what I was missing. Maybe I was, like, making it look like she didn't have enough volume in her hair. Oh, I think that was yeah, I think that was it. I think she needed more. I think Aoife needed more volume. I think it's good? Alright, let's do this then. And I have to be careful because it's very easy for the sketch to end up looking nicer than the line art. So I do have to be careful with that. And the way I'm gonna do this is more stylized watercolor-like, so let's see here. Let me just grab a few things, and I think we're okay. We don't need that reference. We do need the clothing reference. Let me drag those three then over here so I can see what I'm doing, alongside some references of watercolor pieces that I like to look at. Alright. I want it to feel light and delicate. And I think the best way to do that is to not be very particular on the line art. I think if we're really loose about the line art, it will actually make everything look better, which is something I'm still trying to learn. Let me just look at a few of these pieces really quickly. I'm really trying to go for a certain look in my head. And I want to see if I can pull it off. Alright. It's that loose watercolor style. It's not easy to do, but if I can get it right, I think it'll look nice. Alright. Let's try keeping it about here so you guys can still see everything and I still have it larger where I need to. Okay. How's this? Let's do Sue Cream. I think that'll be good. And let's actually change it to like a lighter, not fully black. That might be good. Like I said, I'm being pretty experimental here. Alright, first thing I'm gonna do actually, because we have our character laid out, so I think what I'm actually gonna first do is I'm going to make sure Silence's face looks good. We're just gonna go right with the most complex part, but I think it's fine. Move these up here. Okay. And make sure we can get that right. Again, I'm gonna try to be a little bit loose with it, and I'm gonna try to be a little bit, this is hard for me. I'm not good at being loose with the line art, but if I can be loose with the line art, I genuinely think it'll look better. And not just loose, but also, like, making sure that I'm adding, weight to everything, right? Because weight also is a huge part of it. And I said that I wanted it to look like it was sort of floating in the breeze a little bit more, so I'll try something like this. That might be just pieces that I add later. And I still am also aware that the whole thing needs to be done within the stream, so I'm also trying to think about that too, and like where my best time will be spent to give the best result for this. Why do it all gotta be done in the stream? Because that is the, that is what was, agreed upon for the Bakadoodle style. So, Bakadoodle style, with the limitation it has, is like, it means that it really needs to get done during the stream itself. Otherwise, I would be putting like a time limit on it. But I'd rather do it in stream than put in a time limit, because that means that if I go a little bit over, then it's still within a good schedule, I think. Alright, this is a little too flat. Basically, it's a way that I can offer more complex pieces without, like, without going crazy. Without it being, like, a more intense piece. This is a 3-character illustration. So the Bakadoodle element of it keeps it within a reasonable scope. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Hello, Pirelli. This is such a nice alternative to the previous piece I did of Silence where she's falling on the floor. Much nicer alternative, I think. She just tripped. She tripped and it was still captured in an illustration. You know what's kind of funny, actually? In terms of the scope of this piece, or like the guidelines for this piece, I've actually been thinking that a really good way to study, like regular art stuff and keep it more, and still keep it interesting for you guys, is doing like, operators but in casual clothes, just like this. And it's kind of funny, right? Because I didn't talk to THLBH ahead of time. I wasn't like, hey, I really want to try doing this at some point. Like, this was just the idea to begin with, was to do it in casual clothing. And I'm like, you know what? That's kind of what I want to try doing anyway, so this works. Because I feel like if you're doing casual clothing, then you're focusing more on, like, doing good study than in focusing on making the really complex outfits look accurate, right? That's still not feeling right to me. Maybe I'll try being a little bit more accurate to the drawing itself, instead of trying to expand upon it, because I feel like it's not quite doing what I want it to yet. It feels a little bit better. I'm still very much forcing myself to work looser, and I can immediately tell that it genuinely does make the work look nicer than trying to do, like, really clean line art. This sort of, like, textured effect just works really well for this. And it gives it sort of that freshness. It's a style I want to play more with. I really like it. See, basically by not connecting the pieces perfectly, what happens is that your brain is sort of filling in the broken area, and it gives it a very soft impression. But it doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with it because you're still filling it in mentally. That's why you can get away with that kind of style. And it took me forever to learn that, honestly. It took me a very long time to realize that there's some people who can do really beautiful, polished, clean line art. But I think for me, I'm really finding my enjoyment in this kind of looser style. Alright. This piece here. Do it all the way over here and then sort of break it up, I guess. Again, not being, like, perfectly accurate, but just getting the idea down. And then when we fill it in with color, it'll have a nice freshness to it. I've actually started adopting that effect too. Like whenever I'm drawing ears, I've started adding like this is how I used to draw ears. I used to sort of like make it very clean, and then I used to add like 2 points like that. And I'd see a lot of work looking at like Suzerain or Vulpes Foya, and they just kind of do like this very rough thing, and I like it so much more now. So I'm applying that there too. Just sort of this very loose and organic feeling. And then anywhere that there's like a little bit of darkness, we can add a little bit more shadow. We don't have to go too crazy with it. Just a little bit. And then if we turn this off, see? It feels so, like, so nice and clean. It's clean, but it's like, it didn't take a huge amount of time, you know? I really like that. Let me just add a little bit more counterweight here. Yeah, that's good. And then we'll push this just a little bit more over here. A little more volume. I like that. Alright. We'll do a new layer here for the mouth and the eyes and everything. I feel like her cheeks might be a little too... I think I can slim that down a little bit. A little bit more mature. Mouths are always really hard, especially in anime style, because they're so slight. Like they're so peculiar, or particular, I mean, that getting it just a few pixels off can make it look really different. So that is something I tend to struggle with a lot, is making sure that the mouths stay accurate. And I think what I'll do here is I'll bring this hair in just a little bit more. So that it slims down the face too. That's better. And then this piece as well is really hard to do. I'm trying to give it like more of that petite feeling, but not easy. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the mouth really is, like, such a weird, defining thing. Alright, we'll try that. We'll, tweak things if we need to. And let me just get her eyes in here. Ah! It keeps changing to the other brush. This I really like too, because I don't usually get to make the eyelashes so soft. Or I usually struggle to do so. I feel like this keeps getting, like, slightly... The opacity keeps changing on me. Is that better? That's a little bit better. Is this a setup for a joke? It feels like a setup for a joke. I feel like I've heard this one before, but I don't remember. Alright, that opacity change makes a big difference. I'm not fighting it as much. The end? Okay, then. I'm not sure if I was waiting for anything in particular there, but I suppose not. Which way did I have her eyes facing? Okay. That's the other thing I want to be careful with. I tend to make eyes a little too large, so I sort of want to watch myself on that. Also, I'm sorry if I'm, like, a little quieter with stream. I do feel a lot better about how I've been going about this work. But I am sort of at the point where I still can't just, like, do it haphazardly, so I do still have to concentrate a lot with what I am doing. And I am kind of needing to speed up a little bit more. Today's hot, so maybe— yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair. I feel like I made this a little too saturated. I tried to, like, change it, but I kind of want to change it back. Alright, that's a little bit better. What do I do here? Better. I think this needs to be a little bit smaller. But they need to still feel like they're the same size, just a little bit. Yep, that's better. Face still looks good, I think. Maybe it just needs to be pushed in a little bit more. This is still the side we're seeing, right? Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. Nose could be a little lower, I think. I'm happy with it. That's what I'm happy with how this face looks. This is definitely going to the point where it's not really a Bakadoodle anymore, and I think that's kind of obvious to everybody. It's basically stopped being a Bakadoodle once I started getting the thin pen line art out. But that's okay. Heck? Hang on. Alright then. How does this work? Oh, this— okay, this gets moved over. I see. Still trying to learn the basics of drawing in glasses. Never pick a bad time to start drilling. No, it sounded more like overhead for some reason. Alright, I think that's better. Let's push that a little bit more. Make it a little more petite. LGD is coming for me? I didn't do anything wrong. This is not easy. I think I'm just gonna move this over a little bit just because it's, otherwise it would get too in the way. Oh, unless I could, no, I'll just do it like that. I think that's better. I think it's easier to do it that way. Alright. Does that feel good? I'm not in love with the mouth. I'm telling you guys, the mouth is like... Alright, hang on. Alright, that's better. Maybe it just needed a little bit of a... Maybe it just needed to be a little thinned out. That's better. Yeah, that looks so much so much better. You see what I'm saying? Like, little tiny things can affect your entire face. And then you just have to sometimes make these adjustments to fix everything. It's amazing. It really is. It's amazing how little things like that can fix the rest of the entire piece, you know? Alright. The most important thing, because this is what everyone focuses on, is the faces. Once we get the faces in, then we can start being a lot looser with like the clothing and the poses and everything. And so like Ifrit, you know, we'll try to get her face correct, and then as long as everybody's faces look good, then the rest of the, you know, supposed Bakadoodle can be a little bit more loose. Let me just bring this up a little bit, because eyes still need to be at the same level. I was a little too low, so that's about right. Yep, that's better. Okay. Move on to Ifrit here. And I'm still not fully good at, like, working fast and simplifying, but this is still definitely good for me. This is still pretty dang good for me, I have to say. I just, you know, I need to do more, I just haven't done enough of them, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna put that in a separate layer. We're gonna call this layer Silence. This layer is Ifrit. This will be better. You know, the more you do, the more familiar you get with it, type of thing. And I'm still learning, like, trying to get proportions right, but I really feel good about this time. Starlight mangaka arc? Oh gosh, that would be so intense. I've thought about, like, manga stuff before, and it's like that would take so long. It's scary to me how much a manga artist works, you know? Like, those are not hours for the week. I was thinking about it because I was reading Witch Hat Atelier, right? And I was like, yeah, how hard would it be if I wanted to tell my stories in like a manga style, and I look at the Witch Atelier stuff, and I'm like, I don't think I have the capability of energy to do this. Very impressive when other people can, of course, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, that just seems like a lot of work. And I don't know if I'm able to do this. That seems scary. But, you know, if not manga stuff, I am looking more at, like, the animatic style, right? That I just did for the Colosso class, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, I don't know, that could be an interesting thing to pursue, potentially. Because I think a lot of people here like that style, and it doesn't, it's not, like, actually animated, so it's not crazy hard. It does take time, but it doesn't take as time as doing full animation. So, I think I was saying earlier, I was like, I felt really weird about it when it, like, when it did really well on Instagram. Because on the one hand, I'm like, I think the reason it did well on Instagram is because I was talking about relatable art school stuff. So then I'm like, is that something where it's like, it's still good as a style, or is that just because relatable art school? Because it definitely does take a while to do. So I'm sort of trying to, like, battle that, I guess, in my head. Because someone was saying, it might have been Babylon? Someone was saying, like, oh, you should do, like, recap stuff in that style, too. And I'm like, that might be intense, but on the other hand, it could really be something unique. So, I don't know. I don't know, but I am thinking about it. I would not be able to recap everything like I try to do when I did the previous recap stuff. Where I try to get, like, a little bit of every point. It would have to be, like, one singular moment that I could really simplify down. I'd be curious how many did from... What? Is there a way to track how many people click on the Colosso link? Oh, that's a really great question. It's kind of stupid because... Okay, we were required to include the Colosso link, right? Like, that was an absolute requirement that we had to do. However, Instagram doesn't actually have a way of clicking links in their media. So, we had to add it, but it's not actually usable. So I don't think there's a way to track it. I know, it's kind of silly. Would have been interesting to know, but yeah. It's very goofy, shall we say. Alright, Ifrit's eyes are usually, like, a little more narrow, so how would that look if we were to change it around a little? Oh, that's fine. Let me just move it lower so it's not so awkward. This is, like, higher, and then more serious. I think that's fine. A little bit closer to her and a little bit more realistic. Steam's having an ocean-themed sale called Ocean Fest! Perfect timing? No! No, no perfect timing. Ugh. cannot escape. I swear. Yeah, it probably is for like a Subnautica celebration-y thing, right? That would be my guess. Would you ever be interested in playing Subnautica? I feel like you'd become more open-minded to fish. You think I'd become more open-minded? I don't think you've been paying attention. I would say it's been the opposite, frankly. I'm not capable of being open-minded? Wow. Wow. Alright then, jeez. Tell me how you really feel. It was your phrasing? It's not my phrasing! It was Cerulean's phrasing! Aratane, thank you for shouting out the Discord. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. If anyone is new here and you have not joined the Discord and would like to consider doing so, we would be happy to have you. Please just make sure that you read the rules so that you'll be able to speak. We have had some people recently who haven't been able to talk because they don't have the role that lets you. So make sure you read the rules channel so you can get the role to yap with the other stargazers. And if you want to lurk, that's fine too, but we are happy to have you if you want to engage. It's always hard to do, like, the back hair transition thing. I think I did it rougher with silence. Maybe like this or something. I guess, like, showing in the back here. I'm not really sure. Maybe, like, maybe not make them so even. But more like this. Yeah, that's good. We have fish. Ah! What about when we go to other places? Actually, wait, I'm a little afraid to know what that's gonna entail. Never mind. Forgot I said anything. But knowing Vesa will continue on the fish grind. For all you know, the ocean is as good as it gets for you from here on out. That would be terrible. Hi, Willow. Thank you for stopping in to say hi. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm actually, these make me feel like I know what I'm doing. I feel professional. The ocean's the worst. I say this with no bias whatsoever. You are professional. My gosh. I'm just saying, like, there's literally being a professional in terms of, like, I am doing this professionally, and then there's, like, actually feeling like you know what you are. Having the confidence to not feel like it's pure imposter syndrome, right? It's like, yes, I do this work, and I have been doing this work, but I feel like this is actually, like, less imposter syndrome than I've been in the past. And that's changing a lot of the perception of things. Still trying to learn how to be a little bit looser, though. I haven't really figured that out yet. Should bite the imposter syndrome, to be honest. There you go, the one thing you can bite. People can do their work without imposter syndrome? I'm currently in the process of feeling it less than I have in the past, knowing that it will come back to bite me later. It's gonna have its own agenda. Alright. Something like this, and then... Her hairstyle is a little confusing for me. Maybe we'll do like this and bring it up here a little. So it's not fighting as much. Maybe something like that, and then we'll have the hand in the way. We'll go with that. I think that works. The one thing you can bite, and it's literally the only thing I've ever threatened to bite that I actually cannot bite. There's been so many other times that you've tried to bite, conceptual things, though. That's not the first time. I'm definitely running out of time here. about anything you want with the right attitude, even concepts. Trying to get the general idea down for the horns. Even concepts. Fell asleep while watching the stream? No worries, Trion. It's not the first time I've heard that. Alright. Hang on a sec. Alright. Okay. I don't understand why you guys say that my voice is soothing. I have a hard time, like, contemplating that still to this day. Is this a little too... Better. Better. Alright. These faces both look good. Just gotta do a non-face. You go from Bob Ross chill to screamy mode. This is why I don't understand. I can't understand why... There's times where I've basically said that it's just all screamy mode, and people have still said it's relaxing, and I don't understand. Don't worry, we don't understand it neither. Fair enough. Alright. This one doesn't have a reference to it, so this will be interesting. We don't understand a lot of things, but this never stopped us. Yeah. Bob Ross. Alright, at least I know. I think we can do this a little more efficiently. I get the Bob Ross tone, but I can't say I've ever picked up screamy. Exasperated, sure, but not screamy. I think they're referring to stage freakouts. Which, you know what? Fair. Flustered or panicked. There you go. Look, when there's a bunch of fish coming at you or a bunch of exploding slugs, I don't really have time to think straight. Start stage 18 exploding Ortinium slug spawns. Yeah, see, that's gonna have a panic or freak out moment. Because that's not really a normal thing. I'm pretty happy with a non-guy, too, I'm not gonna lie. Make sure I don't mess this up by not knowing how to put a hat on, though. Knowing how hats work is indeed a necessary life skill. I think so, yeah. I would say so, probably. Most likely. I'm glad we're on the same page. Unfortunately, that means that this doesn't work. It has to be, like, here. It's not always the most obvious thing. Sometimes it kind of goes against how you think it's gonna work. It's not looking bad, though. I'm sorry, I feel weird saying that kind of stuff. I'm just like, I've not usually been able to work this nicely, so I'm just like enjoying it. For the limited time I'll have it. Until I start seeing all the mistakes again. I'm on a class high, okay? I'd agree on the hats, but I learned today there are people who don't know how mills work, so I'm questioning the very concept of knowledge now. Yeah. And I think I also, I told you there's, people who don't know what a sand dune is. There was, a big controversy, because there were people who were taking, like, standardized tests, and they were saying that the standardized test wasn't fair, because the standardized test at one point had some question that involved a sand dune. And people said that they couldn't take the test because they didn't know what a sand dune was. Yeah. What kind of rock do you have to live under? How are you supposed to know if you can't ask ChatGPT? Did they think it was all made up in the movie? Oh my gosh, there you go. We have to tell them that there's now a Hollywood precedent that they have to know. This was before the movie, so... Alright! We got everyone's face in! Yeah! Let's get everybody's body in. Which is the part of your arm that has the knuckle? Is it on the outside? It is on the outside? Okay. Wait, it's on the... Yeah, it's on the outside. These people you need to force feed planet Earth for their own good. Yeah, probably. Or like, the argument is that they live in a city and therefore they can't know what a sand dune is because they don't live near a beach. And I'm just... What? So yeah, there really is no, there's no limit to this kind of thing. Have these children never seen a globe or map of any continent? I don't know. I don't know. But this was a news story because they were arguing that they shouldn't have to take any standardized tests. It's like, I feel like if you... I feel like just hearing the word sand, you could probably have inferred enough to whatever it was being asked. Like, I doubt there was anything so specific that you couldn't just get the context from the word sand. I'm flabbergasted. How uncurious do you have to be? Sadly, there's a lot of uncurious people in the world. That's why this community is so nice, because, like, everyone here has such, like, varieties of interests about various things in the world. I learn a lot from you guys. Could this be under? I think it'd be under. There we go. You can call stargazers a lot of things, but uncurious certainly isn't one of them. True. Very true. Does that feel a little awkward? Not too much. Eh, maybe a little. Not bad. Yeah, probably have to move the arm a little bit here. Yeah, don't want you to have to strain too much here. Hello, Daha. Welcome in, welcome in. What do you mean, terrorize? Lord. But hello, Daha. Congrats on finishing your assignment. Don't worry about it. When has that ever led to a good outcome when I hear that? Alright, good enough here. At least I told you the body would go a lot faster. Like, already make it looking amazing? Thank you, I hope so. We did a lot of work in, pushing the, making sure the pose looked good so that everything else could just sort of fall into place. So now we're in the falling in place stage, thankfully. And I did say I wanted to get this done on stream, but I'm cutting it pretty close. But that's okay, because I really think I'm learning a lot. I really, really think I'm learning a lot. Alright, where's that? Sure, I need it. There we go. This is really confusing. I hope the learning will make the future commissions look even better. I think so. I think so. I can already see a really big improvement. And yes, I'm using a reference for this because this would be really hard otherwise. And the thing is, like, I know that I'm not the fastest when it comes to doing the on-stream stuff. I totally get that. But I really think that, like, the more I do this, like, the more familiar I get with the subject, the faster we can be in these. Because I was still, overthinking a lot of it when we were doing the initial, sketch. I'm still overthinking a ton of it. But I think I'm overthinking less than I used to, and that's only gonna get faster with time. And go easy on the line art, goes absolutely insane on the line art. No, we're doing this pretty speedily. Not necessarily the face, but I think for the rest of this, we're doing it pretty speedily. I'm just trying to think of, like, how to do this part is not easy. Alright, Alright. And this is tricky because it needs to be... Her hand needs to feel more petite. Not easy to do this. I might just move it down a little here. And make these overlapping a bit more since they're the... I think that works. And then... Oh, you know what? We'll just sort of simplify it with the side, I think. It's not easy to make it feel accurate, but as long as it just kind of gives the impression of what we're after, I think it'll work. Not easy to do otherwise. I think I'll make both hands smaller. Like, be there. I'll probably have to see how it looks compared to everything else in a minute. And yeah, I know that this basically goes way beyond Bakadoodle now, but you know what? THLPH caught me when I was in the middle of needing to show off art stuff. Art school stuff, so... That's why I'm putting a little bit more into this. Bakadoodles are an endangered species because they always evolve. You're not entirely wrong. Oh my god. You're not entirely wrong. Bakadoodles don't normally stay Bakadoodles. Why does this feel like it's not? Alright, this needs to be a little further up. Bakadoodles are an endangered species. That's funny. Alright. You're hilarious, Vessa. I am but a humble robo. Alright, this needs to... further. Collar. That works. Alright. That part's almost done. That silhouette's almost done. Still trying to understand how folds work here, but... Fabric folds I did do the lesson for, but I'm still, like, trying to understand it fully. I haven't quite gotten fabric folds yet. Granted, I didn't have much time to practice, because I'm kind of speeding through the last few lessons, because, I have to get through all of them, like, by this week. So, the last ones I didn't have as much time to dive into, as I did, like, the anatomy and stuff. But I'm trying to do it through logic, right? Like, based on, you know, what I'm seeing in terms of the... Where the... What's being pulled is what I'm trying to figure out. The lessons are temporary, the fish is eternal. Maybe this is where... if you're... Nothing's really being, like, pulled too much, but I guess if the arm is up, then that's gonna push this a little bit. Logic of clothing is still, like, a mystery to me. I think this part is gonna be bent a little. There's probably gonna be a bend here. There's probably gonna be a bend here. This actually might be more of like a loop bend. And then this probably has some... Let's see if that looks good. Yeah, we can go with that. We can go with that, I think that's fine. Alright, and then the pants here. See, even though I made like a ton of various marks on the sketch, I can really simplify the lines here, especially if I'm going to be painting over them. And for color, because this is still a Bakadoodle, for color, we will be very, very loose on the color. Because the color should just be... The color is not a painting. A Bakadoodle is not a painting. The color is just to inform the characters and the direction, right? So I do know how to do the color very quickly. I want to make the bodies look good, but... And actually, for this piece, when I was saying that I wanted it to feel more of like a watercolor style, a quicker, looser color is actually closer to the effect that I'm going for. So that's not even a matter of speeding up, that's just like, that was the goal, you know? A quicker, looser color just feels really fresh. So that was my goal anyway. And there's not too... These are pretty baggy pants, so there's not gonna be too much movement. These are actually up here, so this is gonna be the end part of the knee. Alright. Not bad. That's one full character. Trying to see if the proportions make sense for this hand. Might want to make this a little thinner. That's better. Move that up a little bit. Yep, That's better. And we'll move this up a little bit more. Alright. Silence's turn here. Silence, we did a pretty good job with roughing in the outfit, so I think that this won't be super hard either. Actually start with her legs, because I feel like I can do that easier. Because this is still an anime style, I want to keep it pretty... I want to keep in mind anatomy while still making it appealing. She has a lot of detail on these shorts. And this is going to be a little bit less detailed because this leg is sort of moving backward. It gives a little bit more movement, I think. Alright, that looks good too. Let's see. Tiny bit of a variation on the pants here. Where are we on time? Okay. I'm keeping the time in mind. Make that a little less intense. Or maybe something that I would throw in with lighter pencil, if anything. There we go. I'll probably just have that as like a, what was I trying to say? Alright, we'll do it like this. Okay. Because we did all that sketching work, her line art's almost done. That's why the line art is just so important to get right, you know? Because it saves a lot of time. Then this cardigan's kind of gonna go over her shoulders. Try to make sure her neck doesn't look too large. Make that a little higher. Make sure it's still accurate. Yep. Okay. And this actually is all one piece. It doesn't really have. Where would the seam be? Seam is on the lower part here. And here as well, seam is on the lower part. Is gonna be all scrunched up because her arm is up. And she actually has this sleeve, this is gonna be hard with the hand. She has this sleeve bunched up. Rolled up. That's the word I'm looking for. She has her sleeve rolled up. So it's about, let's see, midway? Midway here. So midway is going to be sort of off camera. And then I need to try to figure out like how to get her hand to look right for this. More or less kind of a hand pose that I'm inventing, and you can kind of tell still. It's a little bit awkward. Trying to figure out how to make it a little less awkward. Maybe that part's a little too large. This part can go over. Does that look right or no? Kind of feels a little awkward to me. Alright, need a reference. Oh, okay. Had this a little too pushed. I feel like her arm should be higher. It's not so awkward next to the pants. I'm trying to figure out how I would do that. Maybe like this. Yeah, I think that's better. Better, but still hard to not make look awkward. Alright, try one more time. No one said the hand poses were easy here. Alright. That's slightly better? I think I'll roll with that. And I think I'll assume that the thumb is going to be changing too. I'm going a little lower. Make this all a little bit higher. I think that's good. Limbus mention? Oh my gosh. You guys have Limbus on the brain. Alright. I think this looks better. Took a bit of time to get there, but I do think it looks better. You do not have Limbus brain rot? No, the rest of you have fish brain rot. Alright. Oh, okay, that feels a lot better. Let me just make sure that proportionally it's okay. Yeah, it needs to be bigger. But I don't want it crossing over too much. Like, I think that's good. Better. Yep, better. I reject the idea of neither Limbus nor fish infesting my brain. Fair enough. Alright, now I have to make sure Ifrit's hand works, because now I've changed it a lot. I still think it makes more sense, but I just have to make sure that I'm okay here. It still works. Just needs a little bit more tweaking. Mainly just in the arm, I think. Let's actually get Ifrit's hand in there so that we know what we're working with. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to work around, you know? That's the tricky thing about, like, doing a multi-character piece like this, where every character is overlapping and interacting, is that you kind of have to worry about, like, how each layer of each person is being affected. with each thing, you know? I think this one's gonna be easier, though. Much easier. Much easier than the other problem we are having. Alright, and then we just have to make sure that the clothing will match. Let's do something like that. Leave it open, and then we'll go back to silences piece, and then we'll start adjusting here. Now we're getting good flow between them, but I'll have to also adjust Ifrit's arm a little bit too. Because this is all gonna be very... what's the word? It's gonna have a lot of foreshadowing, but actually I think that... not foreshadowing, foreshortening. But actually I think that the arm should be... oh, wrong layer. This probably needs to go down a little. And this probably needs to be higher. Not easy. You can kind of see that it's like I'm kind of doing it as if it's like a puzzle piece, right? Kind of feels more like a puzzle than anything. Might have misinterpreted how difficult trying to blend these cleanly was gonna end up being. Alright, there's gotta be a better reference here. I tried like this. Wait, is that a good one? Okay. I think her hand needs to be a little larger. Does that feel right? It's good? Okay. Oof. It's a little bit of a puzzle workout there. Let's do the... Yeah, we'll just do it like this, and then have it continuing. I'm not gonna try to insert a sleeve in there. I'll add the sleeve here. Man, this is the kind of thing that people would pay, like, for, like, one of those old DeviantArt bases, you know? Alright. And then I think both of those, that would be this one and this one. Okay. Just bring this both up so that the push is not too awkward. Yeah, I think that's good. Whew, alright. That was a little bit of a setback, but that's okay because I think it turned out good and I think we learned a lot from that one. Goodness, that one was difficult. You can't say we're not learning, though. Can't say we're not learning a ton from these. It's incredible. Oh, that one was a doozy. It seems so silly to describe, like, different parts of the art like that, but it's true. That's how it feels, you know? It's like you really are solving, like, a million small problems as you do this. That really is, like, what this is, you know? Like you're solving a ton of little minuscule problems to finish off like one large piece. I think that makes sense, right? I think this really will be a good demonstration piece too for the class stuff. I don't even think that the idea I had before is even gonna be as good for this. On the final stretch for the line art now. What do you mean it's already midnight? I'm sorry! I'm sorry. If you need to sleep, I totally understand. I still appreciate you being here for however long you want to be, but if it's too late for you, I completely understand. If any of you guys need to step out, then I will see you tomorrow. But if you're hanging out with us still, then I hope you're able to, you know, learn something or at least be amused by these weird constant discoveries I'm having. Hydration check, thank you, MG. But seriously, if some of you guys need to go to bed or anything, I completely understand. So if that is the case, please get some good sleep. And I will see you tomorrow for a scary fish. And if you are staying, then I appreciate you lots. But don't feel like you have to, basically. Alright, I'm just gonna adjust this real quick, too. So I feel like that makes it... I feel like that makes the proportions a little less awkward. I don't want to make this the darkest part of the piece either, so I'm trying to watch that as well. A scary fish or several? Oh, jeez. Maybe I don't necessarily need to think about that part right now, huh? Maybe let's add a loop. I feel like that would look really good and sort of tie things together nicer. Makes it feel a little more professional when you add those loops. Alright, Janu, have a fantastic rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. Alright, that's good. Genuinely just didn't realize how much that was gonna make everything else so complex, but at least, like, now this arm is much easier. So much overlap. We'll do this for the piece here. Thankfully, Ifrit's, the rest of Ifrit's line art's not complex. Well, now that we've, you know, now that we've sketched it all out, it's all good. I'm not gonna continue that line because it's gonna create more of a tangent than I want. I'm actually gonna break it apart like this. And then I have to just quickly make the tear in the shorts. And then this part is a little bit more like shorts tear. Not sure how to make that super convincing, but we'll do it like that. Alright, and then... Alright, his arm is okay. Yep. That's looking good, good, good. Okay. Thank goodness Ifrit has a short sleeve on. That helps a lot. Okay. Let's save that. Let's see how it's looking so far. Alright. Alright, I think that's looking pretty good. Alright. Ifrit, you got your last shirt here. And it is actually very opposite to the reference. Wait, I think I have the other reference, right? I do. But because her arm is up, it's going to be a little different here, too. It's all going to be stretched over. And this is going to fall a little. Be a little bit of a seam here. And it's going to kind of bunch up. And there's going to be a bit of a fabric bunching effect happening here. And let's see how this is gonna go. There's gonna be a bit of bunching here. This is gonna fall from gravity. And it's probably gonna end about there, with her other arm poking through here. Alright, this one's going quick. This one's going quick. And I think this one's going downward, if I remember correctly. Wait, where's the reference for that? Is it bunching up over? Yes, it is. Okay. There's a little bit of a fold there. A little bit of an outer fold here. And then the skirt. And have folding here. I really like that. I did not used to be able to draw clothes like this. I am really enjoying that. Get a bit of these folds here. There's also going to be some folds from the body. Probably like where it meets here, and then there's going to be. Doesn't seem like there's too many on the waistband. Maybe a few, but not much. Honestly, that's probably all we need. And then this is a pretty soft fabric, so it's gonna have a lot of movement to it. Maybe something like that. And he has two parts, so there's going to be a little bit of a indent there. It's going to be over here, so that's going to be about there. We're really close to being able to just slap in some nice watercolor effect. Mayor's is doing double. Repeat should be off. That's weird. Alright, some kind of detail like that. Detail like that feels good. Alright, I'm gonna do a separate layer for this hand, because this is probably the most complex part of it, aside from the other hand going around. Make that a little bit wider as well. This needs to still connect to the body correctly. Alright. And then we'll do another layer for this part. And then this part, I do think we at least have a reference that we can use. Makes that much easier. Alright. Let me just reduce the opacity of... Where's the... of her head a little bit. Actually, just get rid of... No, we still need that. Okay. Okay. Shouldn't be too difficult. Just have to make sure it's right. Aimed correctly. Yes. We're good. Do I have that right? You're doing hang on a sec. Alright, that's gonna be touching. Most likely. See the other peace sign that we have here? Trying to see if I can get it all into one shot so I can see it easier. It's to change. There we go. Just had to add the... It's not the easiest in the world to draw. I don't think I like how this is turned. I think I'm gonna switch what the reference said and do something closer to this. Yeah, maybe it was better. Yeah, you know what? That's probably okay. Let me just make it the wrist a little thinner. And let me make the hands a little thinner. And make her arm a little thinner so she's a little more petite again. Alright. Quick Mickey Mouse ears. Where's your little reference? There we go. There's a heart shape in these ears, so I'm just following the design of it. Alright. Where's your head? Good. Alright. Let's figure out where your hair is here. Good. Erase that, erase that, erase that. Alright, we're all good there. There we go. Alright. Alright, now to do the speedrun element of this. Alright. Color. There we go. Okay. Lock in. Alright, where's my reference of doing this? In that light and nice way. Okay. So, we're gonna do this in a few different ways. We are going to... Let's see. Alright. Let me just figure out how I want to do this real quick. Okay, yep, we're gonna do it this way. I know that THLPH said it doesn't need like a crazy background, but I want to give some indication of where we are. So here's how we're gonna do this. We are going to... I'm gonna grab this image of a unnamed location. We're gonna do it like this. We're gonna add this here. Alright. And we're gonna just do it like this. We're gonna grab the outside. How do we want to do this? I'm trying to figure out how to do this quickly. Okay. Let's do it like this. Let's grab this part. Alright, good enough. Okay, we're gonna do invert. Alright. Do this. Good, perfect, okay. I'm gonna erase that. We're gonna erase most of this. Alright. Good. Now we have a totally nondescript silhouette. Psycho, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. There we go. Look at that, very quickly we can just create like a... Just a feeling, right? Just an average feeling. That's all we're going for. Just a feeling. So we got that feeling now. And then we can, let's see, how else do we want to do this? Let's grab, that's gonna be too hard to do. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it like this. We'll just do like, right here. Alright, let's just do it like this. Let's do this part here. This part here. We'll do a little bit of a wind. Other places don't really matter as much, but we'll just get like a feeling that there's something there. we're gonna blur this, so it doesn't really have to be, like, crazy. It just has to feel like a location. Move this down a little. And we'll do another layer. Do I want to try to do this, or is that gonna be too complex? Actually, no, if we're blurring it, it might be okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for an ellipse. There we go. Ellipse? Good. Let's do it like that. See if we can do a ruler, maybe? Alright. Is that even gonna work? I guess not. Alright. Let's try it like this. Just do it like this. You know what? Hang on. Maybe I can be smarter about this. Alright, we're just gonna do that. On... sec here. Alright. We're just gonna cheat a little bit. Sure, there's no... Alright. We're just gonna do this because, let me see. Because we're literally gonna blur it in just a sec, so. Select color gamut, yes, okay, delete, okay. And do that. We're gonna flood it with a basic color. We're going to put it in the background. We're actually just gonna make it like, let's say yay big is probably fine. I'm trying to get it away from them. That's fine for now. I'm trying to think. So I'm basically just gonna make this like very, very nondescript. But in order to do that, I just have to sort of like throw in a few silhouettes that you would recognize, basically. And that just helps us get the feeling of everything. So let's just do, let me see, what color do I want everything here? Let's just do everything in like a nice light peach. I think that would be good. We'll give everything kind of like a, we'll do this. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. And we'll kind of give like a little bit of a, where's my actual good pencil? Here we go. Grab this. Just add a little bit of extra nondescript colors here. We're gonna basically blur and fade this in just a sec too. Add a little bit of extra color for some texture, make it feel more complete than it is. See how quickly you can just like get the feeling that it's like more detailed? Little tricks you can use. We'll add in some texture, literally. We're gonna take the whole thing. And take the whole thing here. We'll add a quick light color to it. Like where the sun might hit it, right? So just a little bit like this. Like this. And if you don't go all the way down, then it looks like that there's multiple rows to it, right? Like the castle has multiple levels, which it would. So you can just do something like this and really like cheat the feeling of it looking more complete than it is. Add a few extra highlight areas here. This is a very, very quick way to make a, you know, semi-convincing background, basically. Star help, it's 93 here? Oh dear, that's not good. I am so sorry to hear that. I don't have any good means of helping, but I apologize. That is kind of insane. Alright, we're gonna... I'm gonna combine these a little bit here. Alright. I kind of want to reduce it a little bit over here too. Alright. I'm gonna soften this as well. And soften kind of the whole background. The whole thing's just gonna be like very faded, basically. Alright, we're gonna take all that. We're going to just straight up, we're just gonna combine it. Merge it, yep. Hopefully we don't need to make any changes. I'm gonna add blue. We're gonna make it kind of a soft blue here. I'm gonna add some quick cloud feeling, a little bit of atmosphere. And then we're gonna take this, filter blur, Gaussian blur. And we just want it enough so that we can kind of tell where we might be. And then I'm gonna change it because I actually don't think I like the I'm not sure about the castle look right now. It's kind of feeling a little like sandcastle. And I think I want to change the color. I'm gonna go to hue and correction. I think we're gonna make it more like a fantasy color. Maybe like a... Yeah, that's good. Just really light, really bright, basically. Do I want that highlight? Actually, maybe I do. Maybe I do once I change it from being a sand color. I think that's good. And... Alright. I'm gonna go back here and actually add that back in, because I don't think we're ready to add a cloud yet. So I think the cloud is being a little too distracting, so we're gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna put these all behind a different thing here, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this color. I'm gonna make one for each person, so Ifrit, silence, mystery anonymous person. Alright, we're gonna do it like this. We want to do it like real quick color style, right? Really rough. I'm gonna do it like this. We're gonna grab this part here. Make this a color we can see. And do this. We're gonna grab this, delete it. I'll fix the line in just a sec. Anything here that we don't need, we'll delete it. Okay. Make this a little bit larger so that we can see the line. Get rid of it real quick. That's just a quick border trick you can use to do really fast color. Okay. A little bit here, a little bit there. I think that's all good. Tiny bit pieces here. Not much, not much, not much. Okay, and a little bit there. We'll fix up real quick. Alright. Now it's done. Move on to silence. This one's gonna be a little trickier because of all the overlapping, but that's okay. Alright. Add this. Around here. This one's gonna take a little bit of fixing. Like I said, that's okay. It's understandable. Delete that. I'm not gonna worry about Ifrit's arm there because I'll just paint it over. Or I'll just add a new layer on top, I mean. Alright, we'll add a little bit of a gap, just to show the difference. And again, if anybody, if it's really late for anybody, please don't feel like you have to stay. I'd rather you get some more sleep if you have to and not be exhausted tomorrow. So, not kicking anybody out, just saying, don't feel like you have to be here the whole time. Because I know I'm going a little bit longer than I expected. But I also didn't really think that this would end up being the perfect, class project either, so... Have a good night, Seko. Have a good rest of your night. I appreciate you. Alright, and Ifrit. Look at that. We're doing a nice, primary color thing by accident. Just because it works really easily. Alright. There probably are smarter ways to go about basing out colors like this, but I still feel like this is a fast enough way. And if I need to see it, I can just do this. You're blue, well now you know what it's like. Ah, you're right, you need to be on the right layer. There we go. Starlight is blue confirmed. What was your alternative? Well, I know you could be gold, and just my monitor showing you blue. Gold, huh? That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? As I'm painting Ifrit in gold. There we go. These are all good, and then we can click these all. Alright. How am I gonna do this? I want to be careful about how I do this. Okay. I'm gonna attempt to do a really soft palette. And still keep the regular color of the character. I'm gonna see if this is possible. I'm gonna see if we can do it. Alright. And then blue jeans. That should be more cyan. It's gonna be sort of like an off-white-ish. Maybe more of like a warm white. Let's try that. And then, let me see here. Okay. Kind of hard for me to determine what these colors are sometimes. Make that a little warmer and more saturated. Let's try that. I'm just gonna jump to them real quick, going back and forth between everything. There's also kind of gonna be like an off-white here, but let's see, not more of a blue, maybe like in between. Yeah, that could be good. I like that actually. Let's do that here too. Oh shoot. Why are you the only one that didn't get? Alright. That's fine. There we go. Ifrit is blonde. Same color on the face here. And make it a little bit lighter. A little bit yellower. Maybe here too. I'm gonna have to just select that because that's gonna blend too much with yellow. Fine if it's blending with red, but a little much if it's blending with yellow. And then this is more of a pink. Do that. And more of a lighter color here. Maybe a little bit more of a blue in some areas. Alright. Just like the dress meme. No. Oh, that is not a happy meme. Alright, there we go. You think that meme is bad? Watch what happens when you try to do it in an art school. Alright, that feels more like the mouse ears once we separate out the color better. You see how we're getting like that really nice, soft, light, watercolory feel? I mean, this makes me happy. I really like this. Do you also have a white shirt? I forget. I think you did? No, you have a dark shirt, white pants. I'm gonna make her skin a little bit lighter so it stands out against yours. So we have a little bit of a difference here, visually. And I'll make the hat, make the hat like a little grayer. Yeah, I think that's good. Alright, I'm really liking that. Eva looks so cute. She honestly does. I'm happy with how she turned out. Oh my gosh. It's like tossing a bag of gummy bears to a group of toddlers. Alright, this is the part that I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble with. But I'm going to try to, yeah, this is gonna be a little tricky for me. I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out where I want my light source to be. Let me look at the background real quick again. Okay. Well, I'm probably also gonna fade the bottom as well, because it's a little too plain. So I think what I'll end up doing is, or actually I'll just do it right now, just to test it. I'll probably fade it with white, so it's like a little, yeah, that looks really good. That looks a lot better, I think. Just a little bit of like a variation color, I think helps a lot. And I might even do a fade of white on the bottom. I'm not sure yet, but sometimes I like to do this just to like soften the edge. Actually, I think I do like that. I think I do like that. Just sort of like soften it a little bit around the edges. And then I'm gonna add like a bunch of cute stuff around it, I think. We'll add like a little bit more detail on each character, but we basically have the idea down. I just need to, save that real quick. I just need to figure out where our light source is, because it's coming from the side, and I need to try to articulate as best I can. And this is what I haven't quite learned yet, so this is what I'm, like, trying to... I mean, when I say haven't learned, I mean, like, in that class. Let's try doing it like this. Let's just try adding a bunch of... I'm just gonna try something real quick. This might not look great, but I'm just sort of testing how it's gonna look. Like I said, this is more of a test, so just bear with me for a sec. It's actually gonna be probably more on this side. Probably more like this. Maybe just on the nose. Not really sure yet. Alright, how would this look? Let me try it real quick. Oh! That doesn't look bad at all, actually. Wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked! I'm actually kind of like, wow, that actually doesn't look bad at all! What the heck? Oh, I'm really liking this style. Oh my gosh. Alright, that makes me happy. Holy cow. It's actually working so well, though. Alright, in that case, let me just refine it, I suppose. I'm like, guys, you don't understand. I'm, like, freaking out with how well things are turning out in this piece. Like, this should not be going as good as it is. I don't normally get this lucky. I just have to sort of refine where it doesn't quite make sense, but overall, not looking bad. Alright, Stockler, have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for staying as long as you did, I appreciate it. And again, I don't want to keep anyone here, so if it's, like, really late for you, then please, don't feel like you have to stay. I really mean that. I know it's very late for some of you. I'm staying even if I'm half AFK. That is A-okay. But for those of you in Europe, seriously, you might, if you need to get sleep, please get sleep. So please. I'm trying to give people an out. Oh my gosh! There will be a test on what happened after this point in the stream. What? I end up refining highlights? I do have a course on learning, shadow. Like, shadow and highlight shapes, and I think that that's probably gonna be my next one after I do the color one. It's funny because the payment from this commission is directly going to fund the next Colosso course. And I think that's a beautiful relationship. What are your thoughts on Arknights' picture of you smugly looking down at me after I fell and broke my Lego? I think it was very well done. I think the expressions were very high quality. What do you think about it? What's your opinion on it, Vessa? Must have been a good reaction, since you liked it so much you pinned it. I think it is true art. It is quite amazing, really, truly. It deserves a pin. Fair. Very fair. I wonder what everyone else thought of it. Do I want to push this? I kind of want to push this. Just really quick. See what- oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Alright, I'll have to get that color back later. I just want to see what happens if I do this. If I do the little cheap trick. What happens if I do the cheap trick? I'm dying to know what happens here. If I do this. How's it gonna look? Does it disappear? Does it show up at all? What if I do it underneath? Underneath is better. Does it look good or no? Does it even show up? Doesn't really even show up. Alright, we'll go simple. I just have to grab this color back again, though. Alright. Normal, add glow, back to here. Alright, and make sure I don't touch that again. I'm just gonna get in all these highlights. Yeah, I was trying to trick, but I don't think I'm quite there for this piece. Which is fine. Not every piece needs every technique. I need to do it manually, too. Finally starts getting Vesa back for all the torment. That's probably what everyone else thought. Simple Bakadoodle, I want to push this. You know, like I said, it was going to be a simple Bakadoodle, but then it became my homework. I didn't intend for it to be my homework, I just realized that as I was working on it, oh wait, this is everything I've been studying. It kind of did it on its own, really. I'm doing the backlit hair. Oh my god. I'm doing the backlit hair. Oh my god. Oh my god, it works. It works. It actually works. It actually works. To do the oh my god. I'm happy. I'm so happy. That makes me so happy. Whatever you do, do not pinch yourself. No, don't tell me that. Let this actually be a sense of me learning something, please. Her hand is outward, so it would get the light, I think. Maybe like a... Maybe just this part of the light. I think his thumb would get the light. Actually, I should do more stuff that just utilizes like one light source, because it's a really good way to study like, what light is affecting what. That's actually not a bad idea either. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't try to work with a million different light sources, then you sort of see, like, what gets affected immediately. But, like, in all retrospect, you can see, like, how making the, how doing this, like, quick blending technique and quick background technique and everything, you can make a piece feel a lot fuller than it actually is. Like, we didn't spend a crazy amount of time on the coloring, and yet it feels like it's a very complete coloring. I think that's a pretty important part to know, too. And you can tell I don't exactly know 100% perfectly where the shadow would be, but I think we have a pretty good idea here. And we're already on the third character. Although I should mind this part a little bit more. This is a little roughed in. Probably be a knee there, actually. And then this is gonna be curved. Actually, maybe it would curve the other way? Yeah, it might curve that way. And let me just add a little bit of an extra highlight up here. I'm just still gonna try to keep it pretty light. From that one angle. I'm gonna get rid of it a bit up here too. There we go. I like that. Maybe a little less there. Soften it on the edges. Soften the size of it, perhaps. Because her knee's in the way too, so. That's good, that's good, that's good. Soften this. I'll leave that. We'll have it shining right on his neck. I think that's accurate. Just do the half the face here. I think that works fine. Oh wait, I have to actually, I have to kind of do it a different way because of the style. Because that, like, faceless style, it's actually gonna have to be a little different. The faceless style has to have a big shadow over it, I think. Maybe just, like, on the chin, perhaps? Or on the cheek. Yeah, I think that's fine. This works here. That's fine here. It's gonna be a little crook where the wrist is. Okay. And I don't think we're gonna... Maybe pick up a tiny bit in the back, but not much. It was probably pretty much okay for the most part. Yeah, a little less highlight I think works there too. I think that's good. Alright. And then... that makes a huge difference. We're just gonna remove it right where her glasses are though. And I think we want a tiny bit on her chin, but again, not much. Just a little bit. Maybe a tiny bit here. I might reach the other side. This part we can't really tell. This is kind of just dark white on light. That's fine, that's fine. I'm not sure if this would have a highlight or not. Maybe a little bit. I kind of like the shape language of this though, so I think I'm just gonna leave it. Alright. We'll add a little bit of highlight here on her hair just to match Silence, and we'll do a tiny bit on the guy just to keep things consistent too. Alright. I'm gonna turn all that off. We're gonna go back to our layer here, and now we're gonna start being more particular about character design. So, but I still want to be careful because I like how soft everything is, and I don't want to ruin it too much. But I'm just gonna be adding a little bit more push in the color for the correct design. So for example, like her, this part here, it's supposed to be a different color, etc., etc. Just adding that in really quickly. Make it a little darker because it's in shadow. Emilio, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. That's good, and then she has a little bit of the patterning, so we'll add that in. Make it a little softer, so we don't not ruining the watercolor feeling that we've spent so much time keeping. It's kind of hard to like actually hold on to that watercolor style when you're trying to add character detail. You don't want to ruin it, you know? So we just have to be very careful about how light or how dark we go. And this is something I'm still figuring out, is how to like be accurate to a character's design and be flexible to the environment that they're in, color-wise, right? So it's a good balance to have of both. Alright, I think that looks good. Does she have any other... Let's turn the light on just a little bit. Make sure it's still intense enough. Yeah, I really like that. Alright, we're gonna add a little bit of darker color under the highlight, because that's a trick that I learned to make things appear just a little more saturated. Oh, and then someone remind me, before we finish things off, somebody remind me to make sure to add a texture to everything, because that will really, really give us our best finish. I guess, let me try doing it with like an airbrush. Does that look better? Yeah, we'll just do it with an airbrush, that's fine. What are you making this artwork from? Do you mean like the franchise? The franchise is Arknights. But if you mean something else, then let me know if I misunderstood. I think I'll do like a... I don't want to do this. Just like a soft gradient around her face. But not too dark for it to distract. Like a bit more saturated. Yeah, like that. Really slight, but just enough to add the extra detail. Alright, and then make sure the color's not in the way. I'm gonna add in her eyes really quick. Try to do it like this. Add a little bit of a highlight here. It's kind of hard to keep the watercolor look on the eye part, but that's okay. Let's just try to, like, maybe fade that a little bit. Not too much, just a little. A little bit of color variety is kind of what I'm trying to attempt there, but it's not easy without making things look too foggy. Alright, let's try it like this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. Let's make this a little bit brighter. Make this a little darker. Alright, and then I'm also gonna do a quick light here. I don't want to do this. Like, would be the best way to do it, maybe in the top? Yeah, there we go. Are they... how high are they? They go pretty high. Okay. Alright. And then we're gonna erase a bit at the bottom, so there's a little bit of variety there. Turn this back on. Still looks good. Okay. What other part of her am I missing? Clean up the clothes a little. Add texture? Oh, that comes at the very end, because I have to do that, like, across the board to everybody. But thank you for the reminder. That's gonna come after everybody's done. That's the last step. That's gonna go over the whole painting and make it feel a little bit more traditional. It's gonna give it a little bit less of a digital feeling. That's what that's for. Because these are jeans, I'm just gonna go over it with a really large brush. Kind of give it that nice jean texture really quick. Like, really, really quick. Like, this is cheating. Alright. Just add a little bit here real quick. Tiny subtle shadings here. These are, oh my gosh, forgetting terms again. This is a different type of shading than the light and the shadow. This is a, oh my gosh, help me. Occlusion. This is an occlusion shadow. Make sure it still looks good. It does. Good. Make that a little darker. Occlusion shadow is like when light can't enter it very easily. So I can add that in really fast. Like in the crook of things, you know. Alright. Does that look good? Yeah, I think so. I just realized that I made her coat, like, much more gold than in the reference, but you know what? I think it actually works really nicely with her color scheme. Just gonna make that a little bit lighter, and I think I'm gonna get rid of that, because I don't like the shape it's making. There we go. Just gonna move this down as well. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Sounds is done. Ifrit is next. I won't have to do too much with hers either, which is nice. Where's her reference? There we go. That I kind of like the way it is, actually. Add this little darker part here. I'll add a little bit of a darker shadow around with all these nooks and crannies, but not go crazy with them. That's all good, I think. And we'll just clean up where this shirt is. So we're just sort of cleaning up the color, making sure it's all accurate and not messy. Add a tiny bit of shadow there. Just because there's it's a skirt, so there's a lot of folds going on. Alright. Should have had one small line there. There we go. I feel like this background music right now works so well for this painting. It has that same time of day feeling. Alright. Do the mouth there. We'll do the eyes here. And what color are Ifrit's eyes? I'm guessing they're also gold? Yes, they're like a gold-brown, red-ish. Very... quite dreamy, yeah. I think that's a really good way of saying it. There's something extremely relaxing and happy about this piece to me. I'm feeling very good about this. Let me just figure out how I want to do this. Yeah. Just gonna move that around a little so it matches everyone a little bit better. Yeah, I like that. A little brighter. She looks like she's looking directly at us. And it should be a little bit more orange, I think. So let's see if I can just quickly do that with a, an overlay. Just to make it a little easier on us. Yeah, that's good. Yep, that's more accurate to her color, I think. And I'll just erase it real quick so we have a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. Alright. Some of the highlights, though, do not need to be here. So they don't interfere with the other color. But I do want to have a little bit of, maybe a little bit over here on the plane difference. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's still looking pretty good. Alright, I think it's a Non's turn. Something like that works. Let's get your skin color back so it's not bleeding from your shirt. The opposite is fine, but we don't want the shirt color bleeding into the skin. We can take a bit of that shirt color and then also add a little bit of extra shading and texture here. We can be pretty loose with it too. And this we can actually make a little bit darker just because it is like further in the back. I don't want to make it like losing saturation, but like just a little bit further back. Like, I don't know. That's fine. We'll just keep it like that. Do we need to do this, or... Yeah, actually I think we do, because we have a line there. So we can do that, and then we can erase that line. Do it about there. And then we're gonna give Anon his anonymous face. Just a little shadow there, just to sort of make everything a little bit easier to communicate. And then we'll maybe just make it a little softer on the edge. There we go. All right. Trying to think of what else it... Yeah, I know I need to do the texture, but I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's, like, bothering me. Alright. And try one more color layer here. I think I want to play with, like, adding a little bit of cyan blue in some areas. Very briefly, but it can add a little bit of color variation, which can look really interesting. And if it doesn't look good, it's okay. It's just one quick layer that we can get rid of easily. It can sometimes just work as like a nice, interesting shadow. But sometimes it doesn't look good, and then that's okay. We can get rid of it easily, like I just said. Like I'm just repeating myself now, but it's okay. Might want to do it like on the side here. Things like that. Especially like where the opposite end is, basically. Alright, let's see how that looks. Because of the time of day, let's actually try to make it into like a purple. I like that. Just a little bit of extra color variation there. Might get rid of it a little bit on the pants because there's a lot of variation on the pants already, and on the skirt. But everywhere else, I think it would look good. Just get rid of it in a few places. I think it works well for her shirt shadow. Alright. And then, where's that other reference I wanted? Here we go. Alright, best way to finish this up. We're gonna do a lot of silly things. But this is a good way to finish it off. So, I don't want, let's see. Oh, I don't think I want to mess jewels. I don't really want streamers. I don't really want, that's fine. We can do a little bit of that. I'm just trying to get a little bit of, alright. Let's get a little bit of misty feeling here. It just kind of distracts from the background, and it helps you just sort of focus more on the characters, too. We're gonna do a little bit of that. We're gonna do a little bit of... No, you have to be careful how you use these. You can't, like, go crazy with it, but just a little bit of it is good. Let's see what else we have to work with. I could have sworn I had some more interesting things here, didn't I? Alright, a little bit of these are always good. And there is a method to the madness. Trust. I'm trusting. It's just like, it's little bits here and there that just sort of bring the piece to life in a very like Babylon said, in a very sort of dreamy type of way. Like, I'm gonna do a little bit of rays up here, and this is gonna go over the line art, sort of soften it a little. I'm not gonna go too crazy on it, we're gonna reduce it heavily. But just sort of something to like... Sort of something to direct. reduce it a little bit here. And I'll reduce this part just a little bit over here, too. I like it kind of going over her outfit, though. I think that's nice. And I don't want this to feel like snow. If you just leave it like this, it's gonna feel like snow. So we're actually gonna add some chunky stars that are kind of like more in your face obvious, but if you go about it delicately, then it'll work. Is that what I was looking for? Night confetti? Oh my gosh, that is what I was looking for. Alright. Let's see here. Blend, okay, nope. I just want basic confetti. Night confetti's probably best then, but... Alright, there we go. Like I said, this is sort of the part where I'm just sort of playing around, but I'm trying to find something that fits, more or less. So, like a little bit here. You don't want to go like too crazy with it, but just enough to sort of give everything a little bit of a more sparkly effect. And you still want to keep it light, right? And if it's too intense, then you can reduce it, or just reduce certain parts. So like maybe over here, I think it's too much. It's kind of random what you get, so sometimes you have to try out a few different things. These stars confetti might work for this, since it is like more of a theme parky type thing. You don't want to actually, I take it back. You don't want to make too many different things, because then it gets very overwhelming. So I think the next best thing we can do is probably this, and as the last element we'll be adding. Make sure I do this right so it doesn't look off. So it doesn't look like too intensely random. It sort of gives you find an old Polaroid of your parents' vibes. I mean, we are kind of going for like an old Polaroid look, but more so of, you know, each other than parents. But hey. See, now it feels more theme parky. And you can just do stuff like that. So I feel like it wasn't feeling festive enough, now it feels more festive. And yeah, just for future commissioner reference or whatever, this has definitely gone like much past the feeling of a Bakadoodle. Just giving people the heads up. This is no longer a Bakadoodle. So if you wanted to like commission a Bakadoodle, it doesn't look like this. I'm just letting people know. I feel like I need to establish that a little early. Bakadoodle in danger. It's okay, though. It's okay. But I feel like I have to let people know that, you know? So that people don't get the wrong idea. Bakadoodle is kind of endangered. You're not wrong. Big disclaimer. Yeah. Big disclaimer this time, but hey. I think the piece needed it. I think it was worth it. I think it made a lot of sense, and it helped me, so you know what? 2 for 1 on that. You helped me with my homework. You should thank Silence instead. I am hoping that Silence has a good birthday. And look! There's balloons, so it's definitely a birthday. That wasn't even intentional, actually. We're at 1.75 normal stream length. Yeah, very much outside normal Bakadoodle completion time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's okay. Because it's art, I won't be, like, too tired for stream tomorrow or anything. And we're just about done. We'll blur those. Alright, and then last one here. We'll just add our render. Actually, wait, I want to do the, where is it? Where are my downloads? Yes, good. Material. Where are you? Alright, there we go. Is it under monochromatic? It is. Okay, good. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Adds a little bit more intensity, and then we'll do render noise. Turn the scale down. Amplitude up. overlay there, and we're gonna sort of try to force these against each other a little bit. So it's not entirely... Look at it real quick on the other monitor. Yeah. That gets us our texture. Let's see here. Make that a little smaller. Just a little bit. And this one, I just want a little bit lighter here. I want this to help add texture, not take away from the feeling. We'll rasterize this, and then I'll lighten it a little bit. If I can. Can I not do that? Not want to work? Okay. Alright. Where's my little piece here? A little bit brighter. Alright. I think this is done. I think we were able to add all the little extras to sort of really flesh it out and make it feel all alive and stuff. I think we're pretty much done. What do you think? DHLPH, what do you think? I'm gonna print this out and frame it? Awesome. Alright. I know this definitely was, like, much more past what I normally do. But you know what? I think it works, and I can use it, and it's all good. And each one is just teaching us more and more, and it's all good. But I know that a lot of you guys have been here for a while, so I will wrap up here. Tomorrow we are going to go into the fish arc. That'll be interesting. But thank you so much for those of you who stayed. I really, really appreciate it. I hope that you sleep well. Thank you so much again. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the many worlds beyond. And I will see you tomorrow. Get some sleep. Thank you so much, and all the best.